Thought so. It's yellow. Hello everyone. Oh my gosh. Nothing like a few technical difficulties to make streaming just a little more spicier. What's it called? The last stream had like no audio. That's why I cut it off earlier. Not to mention I did all that yap, no audio, and then even better, we're still updating. It truly doesn't get better than this. So yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Right, yeah. Come on. Yep. Hello everyone. Yeah, it's the new Intervalo. It's a bit yeah, I'm a little late to this party. I'll admit it. It's been like what? 9, 7. Yeah, it's been maybe around like 12 hours since it came out. But I'm the best, so don't even worry about it. Yeah. So I'm finally back to streaming. This is my first stream in a long while, and it make it like the 4th, maybe, ever. My first streams were extremely raw, how do you put it? And I don't mean raw in the sense that I have a very unfiltered mouth, but more just that I didn't have my dual PC setup, streaming setup, yes. So, what's it called? The games would run quite terribly. What's it called? It's especially noticeable in games like Terraria, where the frame rate actually like is linked to the time, so I can see myself falling slower, and it's kind of diabolical. I mean, I'm trying to run VTube Studio, the game, and stream it to OBS as well on a computer which hasn't got a wire. Yeah, that was never gonna work. So yeah, we got the dual PC streaming set up now. Yeah, it was a little tricky, I have to admit it, especially regarding getting VTube Studio working, because the computer I'm trying to get it to stream on, that's a Linux. Arch, by the way, guys. I can't even boast about being Arch, by the way, because I just use it like a glorified web browser. Glorified, yeah, I just use it for surfing the net. So yeah, I'm back to streaming. It's like been just a few hours after my exam has ended. My final exam. So we're free! I'm literally free. It's so joyful. I can't wait for all the things I've got this huge list of stuff I want to do, and say streaming was one of them. Now I'm on Limbus here, right, and that's just because the new Intervalo's out. But what's it called? I made a promise with my friend that yeah, I played I've got Limbus company here. Seeing as we're doing the Intervalo, obviously I've caught up to current content. I have not played Library of Ruina. So my friend has been having quite the digs at me. About it. Yeah, that. I'm laughing because it happened. I've really been catching some flack about it. It's really funny, but we're finally. I made a promise. Right, when the exams are ended, I'll play Library of Ruina. So that's what's going to happen. But, you see, their exams don't finish until a week from now. Right? Because they're at Cambridge. Ooh, nuts. Yeah, they're pretty cool. So, I have a week to replay Lobotomy Corporation. Right? And then hopefully, right, towards the end of June, what's it called? Library of Ruina should go on sale. According to like SteamDB, that's kind of what it does, right? Late June. So that's the plan, right? Hopefully it goes on sale by then. I mean, even if it doesn't, I'll just buy it, right? More money to Project Moon. And, you know, any money that goes to Project Moon goes to Kim Ji-hoon. Any money that goes to Kim Ji-hoon goes to Arknights, right? And I can never say no to more money going to Arknights, right? As an Arknights glazer. Ah, dear. No, you have to understand, right? That Kim Ji-hoon is one of the biggest Arknights leviathans. Like, he is an Arknights leviathan. He flashed his stream, his account on the streams before the Arknights collab. His account is something else, right? It's not just, oh, he's an endgame player or something, right? He has, right? Yeah, obviously, yeah, endgame player. He's got a load of like the 6-star operators, right? Those are your top, your high rarity operators. But more importantly, he has them at max potential. He has them at potential 6. Right? Yeah, Limbus. There's no shard system in Arknights, right? Well, there is, but it's more like the Yiseng ideality, right? Ooh, it's starting. I didn't even click to go in. It's just update and we're in, you know? Brilliant. Right, so he's got potential 6. That's... He pulled 6 copies of these operators. And there's like 20 of them or something. It's... Whoa. I nearly converted to modules right there and then. Everyone, make sure you don't do that. Freaky deaky, bro. Lunacy. Delicious. Alright. Most important part, I guess, is to do this. Not that I have any of the Blade Lineage built. I mean, look at my Sinners, right? I have my House of Spiders here. Oh, right, of course. We've got the new keyword system, right? Oh, bless me. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. A. Oh yeah, here we go. Lobotomy Corp HQ. I guess that'll work, huh? Even though some of these lobotomy egos are branches, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Oh, these are lovely. Yes. This is genuinely the best update just for this. Actually, it's such a nothing up, such a small like quality of life, but it's just delicious. This is blunt, but I'll only change it to being a middle after we get after I get no, I'll just change it to middle now. But I haven't actually built as a middle team yet. I've only leveled up like 3 of them, right? And those are the new ones, right? Oh, poor Massault. He's just gonna die, bro. R.I.P. my bluzzer. But yeah, I mean, do I even have any Blade Lineage? Oh, I do have Blade Lineage. I do have you know, Mr. Claim Their Bones. Team 1, right? And that's just Limbus Company. Does it say Blood Fiends? Yeah, Blood Fiend Bleed. Oh my gosh. Honestly, I might even just take off Bleed. It's just Blood Fiends, right? I mean, this is just high shoes, but it's not the point. This is proper Tremor. This is proper. etc., etc. Why do I have this? I'll come up with something, but yeah. Oh, yes. Bless. What is this? Anyway, so I'm not too hot. I'm not too fly with what's it called? With blade lineage. Right, I've got your two Kurokomos, right? Your KK, no K. Heck, do I even have? I don't even have the Faust one. I do have the Don Quixote one. Can you filter by blade lineage? I guess you can filter by slash. That's probably good enough, right? The KK. Okay, I have a few. But yeah, if we go to the dispense, look at that, there's the Yisang one. Do we have the Don one in here somewhere? Don Quixote? It's probably in one of these. Yeah, I haven't played Ruina, so it doesn't mean quite so much to me, I guess. That's just my fault, really. Don't worry, we'll be unlarping very soon. There's the Faust one. Oh, I do have the Don Quixote one, of course I do. So I'm missing... I guess I'm only missing 2. And they're not important ones, are they? Are they? Well, that's not true, is it? They are the important ones. And besides, I haven't got them leveled up anyway. Even if I did have all of them right, I wouldn't run them because I'm broke. I can maybe level 1 guy, right? And don't even talk to me about Optai. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, so let's begin. The Intervalo. Listen to music. It's the same as the trailer. Oh, I thought you had to click here, but stage is over here. Alright. So it's time to see. The sun got in my eyebrow. It's what I would say, but in England it's completely cloudy. No sun to be seen here, so I guess I can't shoot the guy, bro. Nah, Heathcliff's been in the vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. Huh? Sorry, did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. Why, is he training the Malkuth Seed of Light? Actually, it's the tree, isn't it? I forgot what the Durante abilities were called. On top of that, Roger's shopping chat is starting to get a little distracting. Okay. Well, this truly is an intervallo by the fact that we're getting this little cheeky slice of life almost. It's not slice of life, but behind the scenes. So yeah, we're in the back streets of N-Corp. Uh-oh. N-Corp. Racism Corp, right? Distortion suddenly cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street without any coherent pattern. Butter Street? That does not sound like a back streets kind of name. No obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that. I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Oh, I see. Okay, it's not about spread of the distortion, just they need to go find it. Okay. Altus, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisang, and Masol were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Okay, that's a pretty random spread. I was about to say, it's like, oh, is that like the top half or like the top left and the bottom right half of the sinners? No. No, I don't think so. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Honglu was posting distortions that showed up from other directions. Oh, did we just fight just like tons of distortions? I mean, in the stories, we've only like fought like... I mean, we had Time Killing Time. We had, obviously, Bamboo Hatted Kim. Mayors? How many distortions have we actually resolved? Canto 1 was an Abno, Canto 2... Do the little like ice peckers count as distortions? So wait, can you just get like those kind of small scale distortions as well? This is like literally one step away from Pekatu Limbre. But yeah, you know, for a company supposedly about suppressing distortions, we don't suppress that many distortions, do we? You know, that's the secret. There's a secret to this Limbus company. And with our on-board stock scraped down to the bottom, Rosie and Ryoshi, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. Well, we all know how that'll turn out with Roger, huh? As for Paus, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through some of the consultation sessions I've been putting off, and I thought I might as well get myself some much-needed practice with handling the new golden pow I acquired. Right, yeah, Malkuth, not Has my I think my capture card hasn't updated, has it? Oh my goodness. It didn't update since then. It's been like a good 5 minutes. You've just been hearing me yap. Oh hell. Something needs to be done about some of these. It's like lots of loose connections. I'm really not sure. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Paus. It is true that Faust, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as mere personal grievance. Oh dear. Stupid Faust. No. She got kicked out at the end of the canto. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust has seemed unlike herself. Right, yes, of course, at what's it called? W Corp. There have been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought. Moments where she couldn't produce immediate answers to questions from other sinners, or me. Could it be? You can't access the Gesellschaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did on the warp train. It appears there remain occasions on which you are still capable of surviving Faust, Dante. Really? Go on. Cut off from Gesellschaft. It's pretty dire. It was not intended as confirmation of your conjecture. Oops. So maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes. Your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent records in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories regarding the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, Should the influence of Yoshina's sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah. Not the first time I was left without intact memories, huh? Oh, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arayashiki severing people from existence. Arayashiki. K-Corp's memory wipe. Is that Canto 4? Must be, right? Yeah. I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why would my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clock head? I grip my throbbing clock. Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from the memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Wait, that actually makes sense! Like this sentence. That is inductive. He is doing inductive reasoning. Oh my god, guys. It's like. Uni is not serious. Oh no. Oh, I see. It's like how Bongi and his memory just wouldn't come back after things got thrown into the concept incinerator. Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Oh, never mind. It's just referring to just chickens in general. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, his limited experience will prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. What?! Faust! I know you're cut off, but... Ouchie! Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole experience that you have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Damn, though. Oh my gosh, Faust. Have you begun to... Oh my... Because treasure awaits at the end of the road. At the end of hell. We live lament. I'm so rotted, sorry. The end of the road, huh? I mean, I've heard theories regarding, you know, what like the big goal regarding Limbus company is about, right? Things like Dante becoming like a minor god and things like that. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head, also. Indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all of this had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not going to tell me exactly what it is, huh? The aspect. What it means, or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. Okay, so she's not going to tell him anything he doesn't already know. Wow! Okay. Vague posting as usual, huh? Her agenda is to a vague post. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. Your star. Right. This is all about the wishing upon a star? Gosh, I really need to play Ruiner, huh? More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest that you have yet to arrive at that level. Regarding Malkuth. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Well, I mean, I guess he's using the power in like a limited capacity, right? He's not summoning them to him. He's just observing them, right? So I guess it's not quite out of order, huh? I wonder why they did this. Did they not have enough cantos to get all of the branches of the tree of life before the canto they want to do some big reveal in? Altus's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Roger's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier, but that wouldn't give me the much needed practice. So I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every Cinder status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You'll be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Ah, I see. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too. That's a good point. I didn't think of that. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yup, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well, even without my directions. As for Roger... Wait! Did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she brought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? It's pretty diabolical. Crime and Punishment is French, right? No, it's Russian. Dostoevsky, huh? Right. And Altus's group. Let's see. Ah, looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD? Then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust. There's a dude I've seen before. But he seems a little bit different from what I remember. Guys, it's the guy from from the thumbnail, bro. It's the distortion man, bro. LCD, Limbus Company Distortion. Bamboo Hadikin, bro. The dude. I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC... No, is not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. Ooh, right. Well, for the first story, it's alright. This is little background. Dante's doing his thing. This is what intervalos are for. So, yeah, we get just some more post-CANTO development and a little bit of just kind of minor character building. Minor as in it's not necessarily the most important, right? So this is what people were complaining about when they said, oh, the Arcanist collab means we don't get the second Intervalo, right? Because the Intervalos are useful for getting that in. Well, with that being said though, we've got plenty of character building from Spring Cultivation to make it up, right? That and the Arcanist collab was peak! So I'm not complaining. Obviously, I guess if we didn't have the whole 2 years CANTO promise from Faust, I guess, then we probably wouldn't have this situation because we wouldn't have the scheduling issue that they were having. Kim Ji-hoon, just do what you think is right. Sah, this is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Altus's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. You're pretty good. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Oi, why are you waving your hand all of a sudden? Arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it! So scatter! Ah! That was close. It almost goes flattened. Damn it! Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not trained soldiers here, are we? Honestly, this is like the CANTO 3, 4, 5 level of disorganization from our sinners over here. Come on, guys. Verily, most verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet, when thou suddenly wavest thine arm around, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding of what thou meanest to say. To think that all the personnel in the team, only the swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic fuel signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days. And realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Dante doesn't know a lot of anything, Sinclair. That's not the point. Yup, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Really? Ah, Ideal Man. Does the Ideal Man glow? Does he glow? Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Altus's instructions. We shall disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Megaton landing! Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa! Are you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Huh? Oh, finito a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Ah, don't you worry your head around it. That's what the after team's to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire, this one appears to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And the distortion that I landed on, probably a local resident judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby busting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain. We need to put together a nice neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How? Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has often been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterwards do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have been committed our hands. The vague posting. Really? Well, I guess every department has its own way of doing things. No biggie. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, and by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude. I mean, Mr. Bamboo Hattie Kim's also here. So, huh? Oh, he's okay now. Huh? Sure he is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I think Miss Aengdu stated that his mind is yet to gain its reform and tranquility. Aha! That! Huh? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like you'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Ah, you've arrived. It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because, unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. The Massault building, guys. Massault building. Canto 10 tomorrow. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to the machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Filling with things you don't understand usually ends up with something. Or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you say Mentor? Ah, I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce you to him. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you, I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else to take around to take up the job. Switch! Switch! Where's the switch? Ah! Gotcha. Known as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Yeah, that's me. Guess I should say, pleased to meet you, folks. He looks like Hohenheim, like Lobotomy Corporation Hohenheim. Lobotomy Corporation days, Hohenheim. Back when he was still wearing the Reddit abnormality ego gear. What's it called? The cleaning robot. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The Bamboo-Hatted Kim I remember was a man who drowned himself in his fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my estimations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kim? Yup. We double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Whoa! That fire on your head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. As you can see, I've kind of changed the voice according to this new information. This is not what I anticipated at all. I didn't realize he was just a chill dude, bro. Look at him, bro. He looks like the guy from Sakamoto days. The guy who's like, you have the trio of Sakamoto, the shapeshifter, and the purple girl's lady mother or auntie or something. Can we check again? Just in case. I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this sullen, serious man whom we'd fought. Just look at him. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out what kind of some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going around. That's supposed to sound like talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Hey, do. Just what have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring at me like they've seen a ghost. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Aindu. Yes, Mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who is as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet, I speak no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow, and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who you may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrained from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at something that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be like spitting on his name. And mine, by extension. Sorry, I just had a sip of water. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case, so you can't see anything if I block this part, Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are, not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? They have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus company. She's evil. Altus. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquillity, venturing forth into the open air and untouchable field of grass cleareth the storm from the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet, for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spiderpire. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Aldous addressed Kim as though she was conducting a formal investigation. Every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one! Kim finally seemed to incline and to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Altus, although his hand was still on my head. This guy's not serious, bro. Literally. Alright. Clearly there's been some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work, get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's just talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the residential layabout. He's forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add. Oh, this is like meet the team. Meet the residential layabout, who's forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot who's apparently been promoting me as, folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine. Then why did you join LCD in the first place, if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. Ah, you catch 'em quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were going on about, what's his name, Golden Bow? Yeah, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it'd be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. I have to say, Aingdu is looking so much better without the without the forehead exposure, bro. She got the Irene treatment, bro. I'm only starting to see it now. I didn't notice at first that the sprite changed. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. Aingdu, dear. There are some times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find the attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows, maybe that's why I'm wearing the bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from the utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lazy Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. Dude, he needs more aura. We need sunglasses, bro. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there really truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. Oh no. I think we lost our Outless bootlicker, right, and we've gained a new one in Aingdu. This is something else. Although she's a bootlicker for bamboo-atted Kim. No can do. Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet it possessed neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and maze of stores to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers with such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. Ah, you know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, Mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you mid-conversation. Pray continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. No sooner Aingdu's left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I really couldn't put my finger on. but a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah. So, that day I was gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up for work today, I guess. Let's just say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we're indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose we do. Kim's gaze lingered on Aengdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Aengdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Aengdu's brand new prosthetic arms. Oh, both of them. The last time we saw her, Aengdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose which type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just arms, even her clothes are completely different now. And that sword. I had one of these fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Aengdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arms clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh-ho! Such graceful smoothness went to a machine articulation. Just as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Wait, he has prosthesis? That freak from CANTO 4, huh? The showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries' N7 lineup, but I thought that lineup was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team, and they put 'em on her for trial. Doubt you'll find another like 'em. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then, just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest. Yeah, Sinclair development tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. But sorry, it just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lacked tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright. I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. He had really grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes upon every sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Ah, please, girl, we will for just 4 hours. That's nothing. While everyone was distracted in taking in Aengdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim has quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what's this place supposed to be? What are these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth backdrop here. Maybe it used to be a photo studio. Ah, well, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably? That thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. In N-Corp, right? Cameras in N-Corp. Isn't that one of their, local taboos? Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, there's some kind of strip inside. Maybe just pull it out. No, that's... Alta shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realised something, but Masol's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What'd I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I've already pulled a little bit out though! It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridged section of the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Ah, sunlight and film. Wait, sunlight! Masol! The sun was in my film. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates. Yup, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Masol took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. There's something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Masol's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by NCORP are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, for what I've heard. Oh, it's recording, not photo taking, I guess. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Altis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortion, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception we've inflicted upon ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, right. We haven't cleaned up the distortion already, haven't we? Haven't we already cleaned up the distortion? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortion nearby. It didn't seem like any of the other Synod teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion profession has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we just fought now? They only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even got closer to distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leaders going around is going to take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad without your help. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on the graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? I mean, there's an inflection point here, but... Calling to mind the present context, it may be less of a mathematical term and more of a specialized polyseme referring to the point at which a distortion occurs. The motive, intent, or indeed, the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yup, that's right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So, in our department, we use that term to mean the source of the distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion is hard to treat if you don't know the cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though, I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opened the door into their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean the Dungeon of Fathoms? Yeah, that one! That's the one! From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then, ta-da! Patient ready for discharge, that's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it, I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily. I thought your team was set about to resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? You just beat them up. Of course not! Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it was that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and then when things go south, they send requests to the company or to a detective's office. That means the client this time must have been bingo! Apparently the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like the SWI and the Combat Specialized Fix Offices, but none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning, the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something. Anything that that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash grey suits, and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that NCorp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Marcel? I was once employed by NCorp. What? You used to work with these people? With those people? Yeah, he did mention they used to work at NCorp. Maybe you can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Marcel? Yes, manager. These are NCorp, Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the pinframe team of Cerveau de Clos. Marceau recited the information as though he was pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, pinframe team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of NCorp's many field departments relating to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of NCorp's internal information, analysis of NCorp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of NCorp's internal information, and intersector... that'd be enough. He's just that good, huh? Faust has to use Gesellschaft for all this. But he's just that good. Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it would be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia's right. They're from NCorp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in NCorp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come out all the way to a shabby back street like this? Huh? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. The possible range of connection to the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra staring holes into me with an unspoken, "Is this dude always like this?" wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Cause, aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Marcel, maybe this will be easier to understand, from an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Marcel's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such a force I could almost feel the faint tremor with it. A levelling stare that came with, "There is no such thing as an objective point of view, manager." A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. I'm reading so slow, I can't get over it. Canto 10 tomorrow. Development. None of this is about Roshi, bro. This is all Marceau. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Marceau's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me which 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had just come all the way to their backstreet. Is Dante trying to like work around like the bloody AI, bro? He's trying to like prompt engineer, bro. AI. If she should behave like a machine? What was that? Taboo. I need to understand who he is as much as I can, because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, I see, my bad, as usual. Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: a retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of NCorp's taboo, a prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the backstreets collaborating with NCorp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You think these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way! They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, rings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer officers or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are NCorp staff. Miss Aingdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through their belongings, for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card, and okay, this one's a wallet. So let's put that back, we don't want to be robbers. Aha! This might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an NCorp staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual of Category 3 taboo violation. Address, Butter Street. This is the place! Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when the whole pop and charge thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last hath the hour arrived for my debut as a detective. Forsooth! Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back at T-Court. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Roger, Roshi and Hong Lu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Altus wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. AKA, we did have the budget. Okay then, we should get moving too. Oh, finally a battle. Ooh, I see. What team should I run in that case? No Ryoshu. Well, I don't think the teams matter too much, so let's just do our nonsense team.
준비되었습니다. 기술들을 해방하러 가죠. 안 익숙해서
저주를 끼얹을 것이 있나 보군요.
제한 명령 지역으로 이동.
We spent a long time while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager, I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Aengdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that, Team Leader. Team Leader? Oh. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal... Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Aengdu. So it is with life. There's no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has already been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Or to you not dwell upon what can no longer be undone. I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Hindu. I merely meant to say I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago. Wherever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone walls before our house by your own unerring hand. By your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. Ah, my belly! I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. Ah! What is this guy? This spot! Oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn, it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I did not need to concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. Ah, but it still aches now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp, cutting words I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Aengdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp, cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead will cause no suffering. Kim's face began to contort. Like a wet dish towel being run dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Aengdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Aengdu said he had? Exactly. Whatever happened to the Blade lineage mentor that was so supposed to be an ID of, bro? Diabolical. Young Aengdu, there's a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I was not the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may be a discourteous inquiry, but I too, when speaking to others whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of acceptable degree, and yet, I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honour, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect towards the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these, undoubtedly, the teachings that are the teachings that my mentor has imparted onto me. Truly? Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self for yourselves one day. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river, to arrive at such a chance. The river? Aengdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, Besides, unless I speak with this feigned, stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask all for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Forsooth, thou hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. So that's that. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Ah, crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we may come up with. Oh boy, this is not going to go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the M-Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop, and with my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. It didn't take long for me to realise what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm up the heart, would it? Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm up the heart, wouldn't you say, Aengdu? Though Escort may truly, indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in its form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. Did we just get teleported to Escort? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point towards a single phenomenon. This. This is the depth of the fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago, Executive Manager. This is exactly it! This is what I was trying to explain! Oh, what the heliante? Oh, hell yeah! They got the eyes, bro. There's literally it's Schadenfreude, bro. There's the camera and everything. It's Schadenfreude, bro. When Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopper robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Aengdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's Bamboo-hatted Dude? Where's the Bamboo-hatted Dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he has no desire to cross blades with the Shinokans of Escort twice. Ah, come on, man, not again! He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive Manager. Wherever Kim's gotten off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and let's get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle! Alright, we're finally getting into the flow of things. Alright, I'm going to do something which we've never done before. And we're going to actually read. As you can see, there's two different types of these guys. I guess they just have different like things over their faces. So what's incapacitate? Head splitting memory. They gain bind when they lose clashes. Up, but they gain clash power up. Uh-oh. Oh, so they basically go up and down. The guard with the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics created using Q-core singularity are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It's not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. These fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetic eyes for elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as a means of communication with distant allies. Wait, for real? When you have those blindfolds, it's not because they're aura and they just like they can see or whatever. It's because they're just they're wearing like quad mogs. They're wearing they've got a heads-up display, bruh. It's not aura anymore though. Revulsion wall. This is what like it's bleed. Oh, okay, so this is for like poise bleed, I guess. And it also helps you get bleed count. Okay. And how about these guys? Yep, same thing. With Trusted. Have the base pawn hunt the other base pawn to serve them up to the powers that be. Where is this insane music? Kind of interesting. Escort commands two sorts of taboo hunters, the Royal Censors and the Schnookums. Agents of the Royal Corps. The Royal Censors generally operate alone, moving undercover to pursue those who have dared to break the taboo of Salipitioi. Schnookums, much like fixer officers, form bands within their own ranks. Once an order or a contract to hunt down a bandit is bestowed upon them, each band hunts its mark in the manner preferred by the band. The hunt for a nobody knows neither honor nor dignity. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics pretty, yeah, okay, yeah, same thing. I wonder if it really matters. If they're unopposed, then it doesn't matter. Yeah. Is this on me for win rating, bro?
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법.
You're pretty good. Oh, we got an assist unit. Sock punch. Oh, we got two. We get to see what she's like, huh? I wonder if there's a unique dialogue if we have what's it called? Aengdu with Aengdu Ishmael.
이 기회를 효과적으로 누려보죠.
It doesn't really matter for this battle. I guess I should only really be worried too much about what's it called? Sinner's thing. So yeah, actually, what I wanted to know about Magic Bullet was, I swear skill 3 was multiple attack waves. Oh, it becomes equal to Magic Bullet value. Oh, okay. What is this? Win rate is so stupid sometimes. But yeah, this is low-key going to be really easy with, what's it called, the 2 assist units. But yeah, low-key my Sinners are getting bummed because they keep losing clashes because this is not Mirror Doctors. Okay, guess that doesn't work. Oh yeah. That's a lot of SP gain just there. What the hell was that? Wow. Favored my ass, huh? Okay, now we're bound. I think the burn staggered them. Yeah, that guy has the increased. This one. Ooh. No, they don't have the... Oh wait, it's trusting Yi-Sang. Oh, what does it bind him and such? Might as well just put him on that. Gives me ego resources at least. But yeah, I guess we gotta kill this guy, bro. That's fine.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
대성탄, 철침탄, 트랜지션, 박살탄, 임상시험소.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
Alright, staggered. Just need to get some more magic bullet break. Ding. Lovely.
별로 재미없네. 인간이 다른 인간을 많이 죽이는 건 진리대로 봤어. 헛! 아, 지금은 인간이 아닌 것이 인간을 죽인 건가.
Wow, it's
그래도
nothing.
똑같아. 그건 더 많이 봐왔거든.
So is this the one which puts yeah. Yeah, this is the trussing thing. So make sure you can dominate, kill him. You dare? You must court death. Is Yisang still trussed? No. Okay, he's back. Bum these guys, bro. My goat. The Aura Farmer. Well, I'll just put it on there. Oh wow, doesn't even matter at this point. I think we've kind of won.
지역기체의 두 눈을 파.
이 정도쯤이야?これが必要な戦いであれば
This is all but one of the rest. Dominating favor, dominating, everything else is unopposed, and I don't see any red, so we're all good. Bomb them.
대성탄, 철침탄,
Gosh, I love
트랜지션,
my lobotomy guys, bro.
임상시험소.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
Especially Solemn Lament, bro. Solemn Lament is so good. That was a favorite even in Lobotomy Corporation. That was before, and that was when he had bump, like when Solemn Lament had like kind of no animations to speak of, because that's just Lobotomy as a whole. Ooh, crazy damage, guys.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데
Uh-oh.
성공했습니다.
Why are you clashing, my friend?
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축제를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
Warning shot. Die. Why are you clashing? Oh, it's because speed, so they went first, so they got counter. Even though Don Quixote was supposed to counter it. Forgot that's how it works. How speed works. Wow, Max is not, because they're not really doing any damage. Beat him up.
멈춰.
I'll switch to a better squad if I don't make the EX.
직원들이 우세한 환경에
그들.
있습니다.
멈춰.
관리자님은 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는
That was so long-winded. Because I did not do it properly. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, Aengdu cast the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back into its sheath. They're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating them up. The distorted ones reversed them immediately this time round. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events, in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Aengdu. I'll search here. Ezra and Aengdu moved about as though they're used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breaths after the battle, they began searching the place. Prithee? Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with such a sudden flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of this situation. Could thou render us detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when a whole another space distorts. Since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, it looks like the distortion is getting already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one's covering almost an entire street. Then those people. They entered this space and got caught up in it, and our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up, and what happens to them once they're in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Ah man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra could continue with a sheepish giggle. Sheep? In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whip these guys' asses 100 times. Which we need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too. With a cool, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people around, all of them clad in dopper robes. And these are the glyph emblazoned upon their headbands. Chu. This speaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as shunnikens, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting away runaway nobbies. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am so surprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to, for I too was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in S-Corp after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening S-Corp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobbies of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends to for the brand of nobby could be impressed upon us, otherwise, nobby. Their wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, a vile practice and excuse for their power-mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of the taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey to thereafter frame the captured with the invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of nobby. Such is what S-Corp has become today. My mentor too is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Then could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor Yi Sang? Or me, perhaps? Or none of us? You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of shurikens generated by the distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. We're getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Altus pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head was starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its shurikens have appeared as the motif of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we've seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of shurikens suggests a possible correspondence to Yi Sang's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo Hatchet Kim or Engdu's memories. Engdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one? I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. Pop! The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. Ugh! If only the team leader was here, cracking this would have been a piece of cake! And we're back. So this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. The N-Corp employees must have had it rough too, getting dragged into a distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They're about to attack us! I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can do for now. Okay, first things first, we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head down to the nearest darkroom and... Nah, actually, let's first drag this slippery hat-wearing cult back here and get him talking about the shurikens. That's probably our best bet. Ah! Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Boss Club found something? Yup. I found where Bamboo Hatchet Kim is right now. With Heathcliff, huh? With Heathcliff's group. They were also searching, weren't they?
경미한 손실을 제외하면 완벽에 가까운 제압이었습니다. 이제 말씀하신 건
Hammer's
야근을
driving it down. Oh, what? Precisely is being driven in. The camera witnessed the light of a given moment and nails it onto a rough paper for exhibition. Was the photograph taken as a record or a remembrance? Perhaps a photograph's name ought to change depending on which purpose it's made to serve. After all, beams of light nailed down by a hammer, only to be recorded and never remembered, are pitiful things. Within printed photographs, dead lights scream in despair, burned and blackened. The dead lights perish screaming where they are nailed. Record the smile of someone standing in the photograph. Sorry. Ah, say, look at that! We've already progressed through much of the... through a third? Really? Oh, let me take a paracetamol. But yeah. Lunacy! We are rich! That we are, my friends. Oh, and now I can have everyone. Well, in that case, I'm not going to deny myself the opportunity of just waltzing through everything. Oh, it's kind of taking forever. Because I insist on reading everything aloud, in voice as well, and that's why I'm kind of dying out here. It's hard work. This is proper fun though. Alright, let's put them in kill order, I guess.
대상 전시 중.
이 떨림. 파시아도 기대되시나요?
오케이. 이럴 것 같아서 대기 타고 있었지.
어디 보자. 부름이라면
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
곧 작전 시작.
독재팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
Meanwhile, he's gushing. What is going on? Okay. Oh, bloody hell! What's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging from that guy they get up, they seem like escort fellas. And things were going so well. We could have talked it out with those fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault? Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked away with something important, we'd be the ones catching out. Listen, bud, not everything's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the Oh, shots fired! Shots fired! Oh my gosh! Oh, for how many bloody months are you gonna milk that? Oh, I'll screenshot that later and send that to chat. Oh my gosh, that's delicious. Oh, not everyone's looking to swipe hair coupons. That's gold. Excuse me. What? You got a problem? Why is my accent slipping? What? You got a problem too, mate? Not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Eh? Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame. Shame. I was really enjoying you folks' dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a nice fine cup of fine macagurly to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. Yeah. Ah, that's an enemy, alright. Has a name tag. I think it says LCD. LCD or whatever. Who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Oh dear. Such. Oh, he's farming, bro. Okay, buddy. Yeah, not all that, bro. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. Ha! You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you! There's... Ah! Ah! Wow! He took out those doppelwang people in just a single strike. I'd say that covers the price of admittance to your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades and Murim tails never linger on the stage for long after all. Oi! Where the hell you think you're going? Ah, damn it. Oi! Where do you think you're going? Hair coupons. Oh my gosh.
개체가 유리한 조건을 이용하고자 하는 징조가 보입니다만 관리자님의 전술력과 제 지시만 있다면 그다지 위협적이진 않을 것 같군요.
I know she's up type 3, but really?
감상은 어떤가요?
Looks like she's attacking his, what's it called, Kira there, but nope.
최초로 개체를 깨뜨렸습니다. 참고로
Okay, I thought for a second that the voices were a bit
쉽게 하지
not
않아요.
there. I mean, all I hear is the announcers. What's going on? Let's make it A-race then. That should help.
재밌네.
So much faster. Oh my gosh.
좀더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Okay, I might just slime you halfway.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들과
Oh my goodness, my
처음부터 거리를 하지 말았어야지.
kind of goofed up a little bit. What on earth is going on here? Oh, it's got frozen at the last round. Okay, hold on. Oh my goodness. What is going on? My capture card is kind of dying. There we go. I might need to find a better way to cool my capture card because it actually just gets so hot, it's insane. Looks good to me. Oh, flash. Oh, okay.
의도는
Oops.
모르겠지만
Yep. Turns out this whole time we've been attacking the end corpse. Now we're definitely in trouble. All right, let's see it. Rah. Okay, see. Oh, rank is in skill 1, 2, 3, or 0. So I'm guessing they only have 3 skill. And well, that's the trouble with bloody Limbus skill portraits. It's so hard to tell between skill 1 and 2. Sometimes even 3. Ah. And this guy? Same story. I think it hardly matters, to be honest.
감상은 어떤가요?
But I guess the idea is that you're meant to hit them with the skill, like skill 1 to skill 1, skill 2 to skill 2, skill 3 to skill 3, but only something about photographed. I guess we'll see, maybe. I'm trying to see. Are this guys? Is that armor? Or is that prosthetics? Surely it's not prosthetics, right? We hate prosthetics, right? Clankers and all that. Racism, corp, and all that. Okay, I'm just not gonna let them live that long because Loki, I'm overpowered as hell. Die!
상은 어떤가요?
But I do like a good gimmick there. But I don't understand. What do you mean by the photographed skill? I don't see anything getting photographed. It was just what I was clashing with. And it's like, oh, skill 1 to skill 1. That makes sense, but I don't
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
Funnily enough.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
It's so odd.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만
Oh, here we go. Oh, so this is what I mean by the photograph skill. This person's photograph.
희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도
Alright, well, let's see it. Marcus Rank, perfect manifestation. Oh, I see. These people just all got summoned. I guess it makes sense. Oh, you're not supposed to. Okay. And then the passive is okay, an inflicted thing. Oh, okay. How do they do that? Oh, it's this one there, skill 3, I guess. But like, it doesn't matter because I have just so many sinners, so I can just look. These two are countering, so I don't even need to. I can just bum these guys, bro. Yeah, nothing, none of these matter.
감상은 어떤가요?
Let's go. Alright, photographed.
여기까지 와서
Alright, we just changed
망설일
scene.
생각은 하지
Okay.
않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지
No one
않다면
has a photograph
너희도 세피라도
thing on them.
처음부터
It's just
거래를 하지
sweet.
말았어야지.
Furioso. Let's go.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해. 이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이.
Yeah. Oh, it's got stuck on there again. Why does it keep doing this, I wonder? It keeps freezing this connection, and it's not a poor connection because I just have to go into to OBS and then just change it just to and from my capture card. So I really wonder where it is. It's just like it just needs to update it. I do wonder. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago and nobody knows where he wandered off to? Yeah. Bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gum, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a long listless sigh as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced. Yeah, I trust you are also aware that more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay? But come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we going to do? Tie him up? Lock him up in the closet? We don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope! When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even tune out for it. Lady Ezra, that's... oopsie, I wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was lax in its supervising his personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing, he wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all along, taking down the ring automaticons who'd locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it was not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCE chief dude way faster, and that helped the LCA team to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient. In a lot of pain. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, it's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine. I suppose there's no helping it. Today though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, "It's done. It's done." My point is, whatever happens if one day, one or two solo missions he doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere, how are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when no one gave him any instructions? Bloke's gotta be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only said a bloke for a beer, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but it didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched his chin, then kept talking as though he was stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him back to back us up. There's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then, well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments where I get a flash of a gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man Matthew, so you could hear that kind of shite too. so I could hear them gears turning, or I think I hear some rats scurrying about. He'd do things that you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there's this one time where we were expecting a life or death fight. Matthew says, I could hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. And us all crossed, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crying around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'd kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. And that's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard, and boss knew it'd play out that way. Sorry, but this sounds like bastard bragging to me. You sure that wasn't a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you're saying as much, then surely this was one upon such many coincidences. If that's not so. Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Not when I've kept working so nearly if it was just a coincidence. It is likely that what is often referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition, more accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you just taking a piss, mate? Though my mentor doesn't see fit to explain each step he takes, when all is past, I often find that no footfalls of his were taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait! Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. To wait. Right, I make sense. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let's return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue passing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, wait, are you looking at the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. Oh, is this a dark room? Right, of course, the photo's here. I heard Masol's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Masol, where are you? Ah, there he is, that corner. Is he washing something? I am developing the film roll, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. I didn't think you'd know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for anyway? You expressed a wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out the instruction. I see. A photo studio first, and now a darkroom. This may be no more than conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. The film's serial numbers may either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that his darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and the photo studio share a strong connection. Oh? Where'd you get these photos? I bought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the location in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken in various places in Incorp's district buildings mostly. Hey, wait! I know what these are! People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to the department store. Correct. These photos must have been taken by a docographer. Masol chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and again, and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned? Are these the people entrusted with that job? Yes. They photograph the information that can be poured into canned experience. Yeah, there it is, canned experiences. A docugrapher? How can a person of such decently lucrative professions fall into distortion? Decent job maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any darkrooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp, you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place? It's pretty far from that photo studio. Huh. Yeah, now you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, then it's super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know, films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Ah. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. And people who don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why someone might have distorted. Right? Manager. Masoul came to my side quickly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't you already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the doors to uncontrollable variables. That is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There's no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. That's insane. Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be some cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-Corp Pinframe team staff were defeated. The deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sinner Heathcliff, Sinner Honglu, and Sinner Gregor have Gregor N-Corp's Pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircases, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling now what Masoul's getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager. Masoul, you should have warned us way earlier! Understood, Manager. I will follow the instruction going forward. My goat. My goat. Let me turn the light on. It's getting dark out now.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가. 하지만 아직 기회는 없으랴. 그렇다면 여전히 날.
Oh wow, that sounded more like a pre-battle dialogue than Oh, what, in its story? Well, kind of me surprised. After the battle. Oh, what? We just glossed over it. Something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of Escor's backstreet distorted with the flesh, Engdu has her hand fixed somewhere high overhead, and at the end of her gaze. Are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. It's took it for a warding room for a kumjal at first and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in this space occupied by location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bought from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of Escort, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too line for me to read, Marcel stepped forward and palked a few photos of it. Yowie! Yowie! And the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again, a bright white light flashed, blinding my vision for a moment. Get grief! This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and the sudden jumps, except for Maso, who stood right in front of me with the photo still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of its container and flicked the liquid off it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes. Exposure to the light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them? The people in the photographs all look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's a city alright, or any folks you'll see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she felt the same sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps there's nothing serious. Uh-oh. 0-08 type shit, right? The reasonable. Bro's being cool. Bro's being watched. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Marceau may have noticed that I was out of source for a moment because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to be put in canned experiences. Raw experiences for canned experiences are handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine SIS. There's no known method for external parties to access them. Says what? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but only the brand stamped on them is the Grand Magazine SIS. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about them whenever exam week came round. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprecedented base content of the unprocessed base content of canned experiences, known as experience batter, is applied to reprocessing factories, where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. Are canned experiences just like reels, like Instagram reels? Are they watching shorts? YouTube? They can fine-tune experience. An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for horticulture canned experiences is increasing by the day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photo these residents at all? Perhaps they are not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in of itself. Mayhaps they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are some people who take photographs knowing they have cost an exorbitant sum. I've seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they can manage to find a photographer who'd take the risk and help them take the picture. I'm not so crass to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film and rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say, maybe this isn't a matter of sentiments, or memories even. Leafing through photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive Manager. I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Aang-Du would have seen and remembered. These photos though? They're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let those memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for these people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have here. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea! Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB team with open arms. Hey Aang-Du, can you get me the office catalogue? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with the Seven Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra that we're fine? I think I know where to find these people. Dante says that one of the people shown in the photos have already been found. What? When? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC. I think she said, do we regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Roshi. Roger's with you, right? Can we put her on? Okay. Roger, you there? Eh? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the part if I wanna. Just throw them on TF. They are packaged. Roshi, you can't handle food like that, Kay. Bakers have feelings too, you know. How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Now what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Masoud had brought me. Where's the bakery you're at? Aha. Okay. Oh, another story. Damn, we eat so good today. What even is an unfocused encounter, bro? Oh. I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She gave one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave us a quick nod. This man, he works at Cannery 17, right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately though. And those co-workers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform. Asking the question on my behalf, Alto showed the baker another photograph. Probably? He was always wearing one. I guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few quiet inquiries at the cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't actually expecting her to know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. Huh. The baker's demeanour changed when Altus pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw in the docugraph of the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he takes work trips to the nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw by the nest suburbs. I know that I'll never be to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like, and gosh, it was everything I hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile and that baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young Masoud, Are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of the skyscraper yonder as they remain seated as where they are? Oh, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream their heart may conceive. Verily, I confess, mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Huh? Mass-produced canned experiences made from base experience pattern mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the use of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memory is altered for intense simulation. That does sound quite shady. How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are forsooth inclined towards a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by those canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is in reality impossible. Oh, I see. So they're saying it's like drugs, and they're getting a high in a sense, right? It's got the dopamine. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans? Well, still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped within one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth, verily doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself if the resultant dream rouseth not from the spirit to gallop toward it. Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So, how much will you be buying? Buy what? You came barging in with all these questions and I was patient enough to answer them all politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crying up my bakery, scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With a whole group gathered around, the passers-by gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Acting as if we haven't bought one of everything. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where are you keeping all that then? Do you even gotta ask? Of course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket so we can all share later. So we already ate some, huh? Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that this expense is made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice! Sesame rice bun for me, please. Oi. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister! Where have you been all this time? Wait. Eh? Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation, only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chop into it. Alright, I'm ready. Friggin' waste of bread! Ah! Ezra's angry fist dove straight through into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might have started charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Oh my days. Manager. Masato approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film as per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in the canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit, let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Huh? Is it the same person in every shot? In the same pose in all of them? Uh-oh. Recording! Ah! Huh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when suddenly Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all colour drained from his face. Sinclair, what's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes in a thick book, in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on every page, nudge the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. And then you HH, bro. And when you flip the page fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying, that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that this is? It's a continuous sequence of still images. The arrangement of frames suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of NCORP's taboo. Oops, we're in big trouble. Well, hopefully we're not in trouble, right? We just nicked it. But we are in possession of something very illegal. So we're guilty of possession, huh? Shite! I was just checking if I had already did all the EX challenges, just in case. Oh crap! As soon as I registered Masol's word, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we going to be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly travelling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then. It ended up being not a big deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but some taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned to the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we'd gone through so far. Miss Faust, what will happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Ah, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying. We'll be fine. NCORP's not going to kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. But really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When NCORP dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be A-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Eh? Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in the darkroom. The court would take their lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But team leader said that NCORP has their own regulatory standards for regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage image quality or frame rate is within regulations, NCORP won't be sicking off their fixes on our butts right away, and that could buy us time to give our company some leverage to make it however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then Let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Miss Sol, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning NCORP, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Altus picked up the film from the ground and showed it to Miss Sol. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analysed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Miss Sol to finish, Altus unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyse these frames. The film canister was labelled experiment, so I assumed the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo, and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Altus and look up towards the unrolled film in unison. Here, the power pot moves between flames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. I see here, the expression present on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just the gloomy sort. Perhaps, yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo Hatchet Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Oh, let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame. Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreet dweller will have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that when played sequentially would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the Nest taboo, correct? That's highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager. We should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a Wings taboo. Phew! But if you weren't willing to go through this much trouble just to test NCORP's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd stop there. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh? Well, what motive would they have to do with that? Sure, working for a Wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the back streets. When work for a subsidiary long enough, and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a Nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so maybe I was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9-to-5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Aye. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo Hatchet Kim because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe. But how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah. They must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and inched on and on until they brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through his camera, and another with the next. Until eventually, ended up with recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of, what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all this part of What's this? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the backstreets to see. Backrooms. I haven't watched it yet, actually. I want to. I'll probably do it, like, next week. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those unwittingly came across the projection? Right on. It'd have made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone... So would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Bread Brain? Asked around the opposite street, and apparently some guys going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but he also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. If I had guessed that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, it's another taboo of NCORP to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any sane mind... Well, it ain't taboo if you've only made a projector in it. Backstreet's blokes are down for anything long as coin. Huh, so how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the Pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They are all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tell people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed. At architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about. And I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Aha! And was it common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go ground checking people against the photographs? Collect evidence. Please advise for. They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Huh? Perhaps you could answer that series of questions yourself. Nope. This crowd sure did not look like they were going to let us follow them.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
그래. 이번 전투를 잘 마치면 칭찬해주겠어.
Ooh, speed problems, huh? These are the things to worry about right now. Alright, let's just slime out Altus then.
예측할 수 없게 나야.
She's so joyful. Oh, nice. Nice to see neutral actually working for me for once. Okay.
쳐다보긴 우리는 멋있는 건 아니야.
Goodbye.
뜨거울 거야. 조금 많이. 내 검은 가져갈 수 없을 거다. 절대.
해분. 좋아요.
직원 중 하나의
불확실한
상처
것은
반응이
없네.
사라졌습니다. 앞으로 관리자님이 겪게 될 사소한 것 중 하나에 불과하며 그들 역시 입사했을 때부터 각오하던 일이죠.
보상은 어떤가요?
Wait a second, I just realized I haven't got subtitles on. We just got those. Well, last update wasn't it?
미래를 과거와 같이
공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는 모습은 어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
예측할 수 없게 대전 그릴
내내기 심장이 잠깐 저린데.
야, 멜로디.
한쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티디아의 멜로디가.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
브레이크 슬램
원망도 엿터지나.
아리 교환 예술적이네요.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
We can just leave this guy, he'll die to bleed. Okay, never mind. Priest gives target and all.
예측할 수 없게 중량 5배
공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는 모습은 어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
I'll do. trying to actually use the vent space
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
with the attack wave. But to be fair, it doesn't really matter because I haven't,
優れた式
you know,
ですね
eaten all of the what's it called? Other House of Spiders units, so it's not it's crazy to me.
마지막으로 남길 말 지리멸렬
Here it comes.
敵は深手を持ちます
재밌겠는데?
그게 그대 선택받았으니
별로 재미없네.
딸아이도
인간이
이상
다른
잘
인간을
기억하고
많이
있으면
죽인
좋겠구려.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가. 하지만 아직 기약은 없구려. 그렇다면 여전히 난
Alright, we're 2/3 of the way through. How mysterious.
4,
Sana.
3, 1, 시작. 직원들이 긍정적인 환경에
Okay, I'm just gonna win
노예되게
rate this, bro.
했어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를
이번
잘
전투를
활용하길
잘
기다리겠습니다.
칭찬해
기계는
주겠어.
언제나
그대는
기다리는
어디까지 가고
운명이니까요.
있을지.
I wonder how the skills map from Aengdu to Ishmael's Aengdu.
이제 한 쌍의 사원볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
효율적인 대처로
Well,
개체를
to be fair,
꿰뚫었습니다.
I'm not.
참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위
Well, we'll
쉽게
see
하지 않아요.
how I feel about the ID from this Intervalo. Well, once I fit Intervalo, and also once I try out the new
뜨거울 거다.
IDs.
조금
Which
많이
might be a while, to be honest. I'm probably going to shark them. So I'm not super excited yet.
수 없을 거다.
I'm more just waiting for Valencia and Lucio.
좋아요. 지령에게
손님을
불확실한
맞이하는
것은
동안은
없네.
기억하지 못하겠지만 이곳에서는 내 허락 없이 잠들 수 없어.
시원합니다.
삶이 곧 너를 다시 부를 테니 잠시 눈 감아두도록 해.
그 슬픔은 둘.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
Whoa! Bro just exploded them. What happened?
낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 다들 베어낼 매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
이어.
Twin slash, not triple slash. How did I only
미래를
just notice
과거와
that?
같이.
Well, because I don't see them by slice till now.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지
감상은
않았다면
어떤가요?
너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
셋째. 마지막으로 남길 말?
Goodbye.
본인은 최선을 다했다고
The wet rat, right?
말해주시게.
한번 확보. 이연.
Yeah, no. Which is a very controversial opinion, but I am a John hater. To be fair.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Despite actually, I really like the source material, right?
優れた
I've seen Donkey Kong. It's a very, very silly literature. Obviously, in comparison to all of the other Limbus stuff as well, very much so.
숨막히도록 견뎌하고 절박하게 갈망했으고 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 왜냐하면 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
시연합니다.
불사이군 몰아친 것을
Bye bye.
처절한 원망
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
I'm so glad I got the Amiya announcer.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
훌륭한 단말만해요.
검지망보다
아비 교환.
敵は深手を負っています。
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지. 이게 심장이 잠깐처럼.
개체가 다소 불리한 조건에 놓여 있습니다. 이 기회를 효과적으로 노려보죠.
시연합니다.
Yeah, I forgot to check last time if it was even.
배웠네.
Yeah, bruh.
전탄격발.
재밌네. 난
오롯한
너희가
검의 길에
좀 더 어설플 거라고 이번에도 잘해줬어.
가까이.
Full clear.
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
I guess the battle is easier if you
도시에는
don't
내가
have
모르는
like
것들이 많아.
what's it called, slightly weaker
이렇게
units. Because
하나씩
I have
알아가다
a few
보면
uptide 3s mixed in
언젠간
there among
반드시
the
찾을 수
apprentices
있겠지.
and outers. I'm broke. I'm thread broke. Sorry. That's what this event is important for me to get my thread back.
반드시
So yeah,
팬다.
finally we're getting all of the battles.
아비들도
God
거미집도
story.
지금까지
Hardly a challenge. What a yeah, waste of time. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service Claw is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description? Ah, I guess that's how like they report back. Huh. What are you stopping by here for then? Whispering behind our back like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for the higher ups, I wager. Huh. I can kinda see how they think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed the lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. The soul stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence. But then, as though it's some chance to win. Hey, Maso! I was struck by this brief yet distinct strangeness. I was compelled to speak with him. Strange? Don't hesitate to let me know if there is something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Don't say the NCORP word, bro. Yes, manager. I will do as orders should one such circumstance occur. As such, his reply was always deflatingly concise and direct. I don't know that word. As though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Ah, okay. But I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have something to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the only one here available for situations like this. Clearly prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so his turn is soon. The curt, sure if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the top of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out. So I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that. He spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into the soul's psyche? That which remains entirely shrouded in mystery, even after an entire year of travelling together. 2. I guess it's not up to me to judge. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Clock! Are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out that building over there! So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear. Executive Manager, let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Ah, gotcha! Be right there! The brief lull of battle came to a close, and battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time So had predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell! Them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does NCORP have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them! Haha, it is a wing after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The NCORP fixers arrived just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking? Sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent the taboo hunters instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. Aha, so that's how they... Ah, that makes sense. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's a... Muscle? Wait a second. Oh, I thought that was a revolver getting loaded. My bad. When it clicked, the room began to buzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery. Immediately, I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device wasn't sure I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked different, similar to what we saw on the Shuriken's face in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, and with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Uh-oh, taboo violation, let's go. Men! Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Alters thundered in a commanding voice. Ah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that! Oh, I'm so finished! Just as panic began creeping into the voice of several unlucky individuals. Oh man. Oh man, oh man. Folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor! Eyes open, Angdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of recorded video in NCORP gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video's not a recording. possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused an incidental explosion incurred while subduing violators. The NCORP employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? Wait, is it a video call? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of a wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on the black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... What is this tomfoolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grasps not even a brawl of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What is this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we will not hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo-Hatted Kim raised his sword and parried away the NCORP employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you, it's the same thing again. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now that makes me wonder. Was I just as far gone when I distorted, past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has the answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the NCORP employee's attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through friend and foe unrestrained. Hey Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes. I truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when a distorted being has no qualm showing me their... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say! Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car moved into motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead fellows before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. In that split second, I saw Maso's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. A blinding flash, followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take his damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of S-Corp, followed by Bamboo-Hatted Kim, surrounded by a small army of Shunokun. You know, we keep calling him Bamboo-Hatted Kim. No bamboo hat, bro. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me deaf, Engdu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might drag and bind you away. This is not so bad, eh? Just these folks so far, unlike earlier when... What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting protection. I've been straying so far and wondering all day for this exact reason and... So what was its mechanism? So that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort setting in lies, I'll give you what you most deserve, your gaze. Oh, bollocks! I'll be blind before the day's over at this rate! It changed. It did. Until the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Maso identified, there was something different about the group of Shunokun this time. They were accompanied by something else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword just as tall. That armor, and a great Huando of the South Circle. to be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. Oh, a bow, I see. Arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down, had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner M. Gyang-il, how you fare, my friend? At the signal arrows loosening, seize the accursed! The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with an air-splitting sound as their cue, the shuriken began to swarm us. I think we're converging upon the end. Real? 6,000! And 3,000 shield. Ah, flip. Alright, passive reading time. Reading. Oh, literacy. My greatest enemy. Okay, you probably want that. Okay. So I want to make sure he's losing the memory transition. It's just every turn. Okay. It's just the blue and red areas. Okay, fine. Target's flesh with a stroke. A relentless flurry of chain slashes can overrun the creature until its feathers mouth. So he uses multiple coins. Failed to do so and the target will escape death, or at best his opponent will one day grow into a sanguine, a lord of the mountains. Whether these beings will grant auspicious fortune of men or return as a malevolent calamity is impossible to tell. No statuses. Panic. Oh, you have to do more than 10%. It's not like Hohenheim. The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. S-Corp's Duzhong Brigade is one such example of such armor. Much like Arcor's powered armor suit and the full-plate armor used by the Knights of the West, the Duzhong Brigade greatly augments the user's offensive, defensive combat capabilities. Yet its advantages do not mean that armors of such potency are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls that come with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that as well with the aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with the Duzhong Brigade's extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. Okay. This technique is still based with creatures of colossal stature, such as Sengu. To perform them in full, a sorcerer must wield a great Kwando, capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. So wait, he loses it when we're in blue. Red he gains. I didn't see how I can affect that. Hang on, what? There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent. There are those who are blessed with talent only to let it rust. All men that say that the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not, until the day comes for this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds. I shall persevere in owning my powers. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we can gain this. So the more we make him lose, so the more we win, the more he'll stay. So basically just keep him in blue. I guess. I don't really see anything else to it. Clashable with assist units. Do you just mean to say you can just clash it normally? Okay. I see, it's hard to make him lose because he just has so many skills.
영감이 떠올랐어.
I guess we do have... Oh, that's what I mean by assist units, not assist defense. Bruh. Now they're bound.
쳐다보기에는 멋있는 거 나가지고. 뜨거울 거야. 조금 많이. 내 검은 가져갈 수 없을 거다.
나부터 상대해야 할걸?
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는
Oh,
언제나
what is this?
기다리는 운명이니까요.
Thankfully only 2. So yeah, every turn he's going to be losing. Memory transition went down. Only once per turn. So you want to lose clashes a lot when we go into red? Question mark? Why would I want to gain that?
재밌겠는데?
야,
Surprising when she's already bound, huh?
결정해보. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네. ですが私たちは止まれません。
Ooh, not good. Yeah, there's a skill 2, I guess. Alright, time to slime out some more people. Oh, well in that case, never mind.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
Bruh. But I think that's important. Can't have him using all clashes for 2 turns. So that was actually good for me, I think.
미래를 과거와 같이.
Is Foul still bound? No, returning scene. Okay.
공포에 사로잡혀
Oh, this one's
바닥을
red.
기는 모습은 어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
Okay, so this is a... Probably we just beat it up. Honestly, we could just win rate this. I mean, I'll put this one here. My prescript's target and all that.
감상은 어떤가요?
Oh, everyone just got 15 SP. Was that a stage thing or was that...
훌륭한 단말만해요.
I don't think that was my team with that. Maybe one of the assist units?
이거 건강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Ah, well, neutral. Ooh, not good.
그 슬픔을 위해서
불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네.
Okay.
지금처럼 적대를 성공적으로 이끌다 보면 앞으로 더 많은 층을 개방하고 더 많은 보조사서의 도움을 받을 수 있을 거야.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
Wowie.
이제 승리가 나요.
So I could probably just spin my S1s on this, but oh well.
운명적인 죽음일세.
낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐. 이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아. 몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건
Alright,
없어.
now we're teammates.
방안은 어떤가요?
Alright, the pattern's probably going to change soon. Probably when the shield gets broken later.
24개의 눈꼬리 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
Oh, looks like that's my, yeah, touch card again. Quickly reset it. There we go. Just needs like a little bit of focus. Just a nudge every now and again. It's a little tricky. Yeah, probably next time I do the stream I'll set up so that my VT Studio and what's it called, OBS monitors are different so that I can see when it freezes more immediately.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
So yeah,
낮도 밤으로 지워 숨이 다들 베어내.
サンタさんの作
so
戦
I've done some light reading here. I wonder if I'll be able to do this with a little bit less ridiculous team.
헤아릴 수 없이 저주했어. 새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
Voice act. Last part for a single second. Let's rent that space, baby. 3 or fewer. How many we have? Oh, we have 9! What the hell? Wait, hang on, am I supposed to lose this clash? I thought it was off if the Sinner won it. On hit as an unopposed attack or on hit against target that used. Single coin. So you lose the clash with a non-assist unit. Alright, guys, I can just do that. Alright, let's take a look at the red one. This one you want to go against the assist defense. Oh, okay, that's an assist unit. Why are you attacking that? Okay, I gotta move angle off of that. So now what are you attacking? Bruh. May as well not have bothered. Oh well.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
Bruh, she lost the clash.
이
Okay, that's
순간이
my
다
mistake, I guess.
되었일이
Damn.
글싸이군 몰아친 것을 저자란 원망
억제 완료.
Ooh, yes. Furiosa next turn. And closing time this turn. Let's go.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다.
Yeah.
그럼
항상
Oh well.
저희
Less damage types for you.
일깨워주시는군요.
지리멸렬.
皆さんしっかりしてください
Well, this thing's kind of maxed out. CA is just no coin power. I guess maybe should I just keep it this way? Coin power is kind of good because only like none of its coins are really unbreakables. Man, I'm so confused. Do I not want? Right, that's the problem. I'm still not entirely certain what the difference between the different X powers are. I've done a bit of reading on it, but I'm so confused now suddenly. So I actually want to be catching with the red one. What was I doing then?
재밌겠는데?
대전
파우스트
Spin to win.
신체파의
Alright.
예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
개체에 대한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 예술이 제 예상만큼
Alright. Shield
관리자님의
broken.
능력이
Change your
우수하다는 것이
change
증명된
your
것
pattern.
같아. 다행이군요.
Just a little more, I think we'll be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but yeah, it's getting really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could just get rid of one of them. Yeah, not even close. But shot! Haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Boy, don't you go legging it again. That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our access blocks, and it ain't like we can stop the fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or M-Gyeong, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides... Hey, dude, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was spending far too many people against us. I don't know, so far it's been kind of smooth sailing, rather... It's going so well that I'm getting confused if I've misunderstood what the... despite the fact that I think I've misunderstood what the reading is supposed to give me. Sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to NS are alerting N-Corp to a location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Altus, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brains trying to navigate a solution I know so little about, and instead rely on the two cylinders who haven't had their developments yet. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeat M-Gyeong Oppo is destroying their projector, bringing an end to this distortion phenomenon. If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it's unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rates of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Bamboo-headed Kim, where are you? Seems to wait to us too, but maybe we can utilize the distortion phenomenon we can at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, he says all you have to do is read what's on their notes in front of his distortion. Apparently some kind of code? Right! Keywords! This seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flash takes us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keyword, I can summon an entrance to his Dungeon of the Fathom from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheimer provided us with the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photograph. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. Yisang put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from the battle to the back lines. There's an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must have originated in relation to what has caused this distortion. Experience. The constant alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Canned experiences. Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph, canned experience. Not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs that they use to make canned experiences? So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. Oh, because he used both words. But clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. Oh, okay, so I thought it was someone watching them. Look. The beholder. Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distill. And by the way, you folks were saying your piece on after the other. I thought this was to be some sort of Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no. But where do scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kind of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Pick our personal interest. To wit, he has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd likely prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added yet another facet to his long saga of a once-driven man. A man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards Nest resident, who became so bullish by photography that he eventually squanders his entire fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap on an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain dripped through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity and together encroach on the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I'd seen on his face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I'd seen that look once, in the past. It'll be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice, echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that his distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted kin. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we were right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, is this what I'd seen then? The gateway to one's fathoms? Huh? This is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some men managed to disengage from the battle and prepared to enter the dungeon of the Fathom, but Honglu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the N-Corp employees. Yeah, you're gonna follow us right in here if we run off now, right? Ha! Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so yeah. Let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, bamboo hat. Jordan isn't what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe that this was more about just staying behind to protect our rear. He was WTF. Eh? What a terrible front. At least try and pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was gonna fly? What are you going to avoid, sword swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out doing his homework. Here it comes. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of fathoms will bring one to spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then! You're coming with us! We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Got us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try too. Sangaria. Learned the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there! Even as summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Ariashiki's cabin vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it that you said? Face the homework. Save the GPA. The eye facing the homework. Solving. Embracing the homework. Face the sin, save the ego. Right. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of our employees. Go, Junior! You guys too, LCB. I'll handle them on all my own. You all make a lone stand? Heh! Hey, who do you think I am? Heh! I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a Monster of the Week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I want to see how you guys handled the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Ah well, guess I'll have to trust our two OSIR team newbies to handle that. Now I think about it, I think I'm presenting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems I have no choice in the matter as long as the employee card hangs in front of my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Ah, Mentor, Be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Angdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest, don't you worry.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
Why didn't do the victory after?
이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지.
In the story, the wave isn't really clear yet, but alright. This is gonna suck for for trying to do the. Yeah, this is gonna suck for trying to do the.
교류회. 설레네요.
The bokgak. There you go, that's the word. I'm too used to saying rerun. That's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Corp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Corp's retreat, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S-Corp, in an S-Corp themed haunted mansion. 'Tis hardly a place fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than one was expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands? For truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibe's my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I contemplated in consternation how the folk here would have even the will to live on. That shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim has said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. Okay. Sorry, I just read the stream comments. Okay. This truly was the Sigma Riz. One of the days when the skies were spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would have scaled the roof that the choga and felt it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it'd be respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up towards the man on the straw roof. Did he say? Ah. I'm getting you. Are you home? Oh, not I'm, it's in. That's my mistake. Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call me at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking off the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive? The work of a bewitching spirit, I say! What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and mighty noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on a lowly mercenary affairs? You know me? She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in war strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else she might be but the military commissioner, Gyeong Il, the principal of the famed Im family? You certainly are in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principled. An epithet, like a tombstone. Oh my goodness. Aha! Not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. This is a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you'd rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why, am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities as they have a taste for prickliness. You, the lesbian, wouldn't know. SMH, you've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, I guess you have a point. I suppose I have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously complaining the way I talk to this sassy, gusher-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is such a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's true that the same luck that she took the joke well, rather than having to respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they name Kim Lim, a man who had once intended to pursue the path of the brush, yet only to realize the sins of his forefather. The sins of the father? I gave my life! And exiled himself to the back streets. Yes, with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find in the path of the sword another way into the nest. As the right state councilor swung guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All these superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man-butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have towards the right state councilor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Ah, not a compliment, just the word on the street. Ah, you're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watch you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as bamboo-hatted Kim. Thank you. And he does continue to veer away from the line. I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy upon me, oh mighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really? Stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure you didn't give her a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me a free rein to continue traipsing outside of the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn out such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps. Yet are japes not expected upon fellowships of close mutual bond? They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? Ah, I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game of Sukjian. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passers-by. What is this guy? This guy is truly something else. Why is he like this? Say, look at his smile. Isn't this the Catherine smile? Blast. Hold on, if I can bring it up. Okay. It's literally a Catherine smile, isn't it? Cathy smile. I really need to get this. It is! It is! He's reused it! It's the same! It's the same! Oh, bless me! just a wide shit-eating grin, huh? Ah, one and only, bro. He's a cliff! He's a cliff! Is that why we're getting so much Heathcliff cameo here? Oi! Fie on thee! That is a wrong deed, good sir! I suppose it is. People of Peel and Sal in particular found it to be distasteful, and they did not let me their discontent be hidden. But the P and the downtrodden... Wait, P, like a Piru. I'm slowly learning Korean through Limbus. It's a pure. Ah! And the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Pure, Sal, whatever is it that thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that S-Corp is also known by its other name, Sal Pipio Agric Industries, a wing specializing in general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles, responsible for different aspects of the industry, Sal, P, and Pio, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Wait a second, yield my flesh, claim their bones. Is there one for blood as well? Is there one for blood? I don't remember. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Pio, responsible for meat and livestock. And P, in charge of the technological aspects for both. Is that why I've not heard of it before? We haven't had the blood, I don't know. Tears of the tarnished Diddy blood. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, you must have felt the persecution that P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they will provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 colouring bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, not relying on honour, but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councillor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone wants a right state's councillor, toadies to Sal, and rises to the seat of left state councillor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of emaciated dead. Who shall claim the sufferance of flesh and bone, and force them both to yield? You can't do this! You can't do this! An oft-heard poem when walking down the streets of S-Corp. Then the people who thou have targeted with thy rocks were. They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes, the councillor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Well, I could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them. Until now. Well, if that is your intent, you're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown into the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was just going to do that. Huh? So, when will you stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the Right State Counselor. Return to his Shogun when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Oh my god, compared to this armor, her face is... well, I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe another Queequeg. You know? Get that Limbus diversity quota in, you know? But... this is like... you actually got a child's face on this human body. It's like seeing those edited images of Altus's head on Matthias's body before we got Altius. It's quite remarkable. Ha! She's a funny one, huh? Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... correct! Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I'd left behind in S-Corp? I must say that the relationship most intriguing, that the military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with the bodyguard of the Right State Counselor, who was of the P faction. Ah, okay. Well, if it was left and right, then it would even have... well, I guess they're both corrupt, so yeah. There's some Romeo and Juliet type sheet. Type sheet? Engdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice riding unconsciously. It is news to me that you had ties to a second order official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of a Right State Counselor, who's a force ordinant, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such powerful friend by my side, had ended up as exile from S-Corp? Yes. Your silence over matters of such great import is why I've come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, friend. We had made our blade lineage our home, but S-Corp prevailed no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. Alright, how long is the dungeon? Oh hell nah! Oh hell nah, Jigsaw, your ass must be tweaking! Farming this thing's gonna be hell! No! We emerged into a dark and muggy cavern filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. Oh, whoops. A constant powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent, and the last one echoed with the harsh noise of swords striking against stone. Which path should we choose? So, this could be like potentially a bleed ego gift. This could be poise. I guess this is keywordless, and this is slash. So I'm gonna go with slash. Yeah, just how many people are we fighting up there? We must proceed with caution, Executive Manager. There may be a battle underway. Oh, whoops. I've too much mirror dungeons. The sinners all looked disconcerted at the strident of noise of metal against metal. It was an unmistakable sound of battle. We stood ready in troubled silence as the sound of war only grew louder and louder, until they came to a sudden stop. A pedestal made of stacked stones appeared before us, though none of us knew how long it had been there. Atop, it was a red accessory, the kind one would hang at the bottom of the hilt. Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't have any of the current IDs here, so I'm not running a blade lineage. So we're gonna go with our House of Spiders here.
에고 침식도 양호. 아마도. 제가 유리한 조건을 이용하고자 하는 징조가 보입니다만 관리자님의 전술
Say, I haven't seen these guys before. They didn't shall see.
위협적이진 않을 것 같군요.
Ah, yep. Oh. Okay. Ooh, no win rate for reals? Alright. Yep, it is a, what's it called? A unfocused battle.
쳐다보고 있네.
So, I guess we have Bamboo Haddock Kim as our, like, as a assist unit here? Does that count for the conditional for the enemy Lady New Salties?
감상은 어떤가요?
이거
Wow.
공감 맞지?
It's unfocused, right? It's just win rate, right?
이 순간이 다 배엄일이다.
들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TDI의 멜로디가
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
I wish they did the translation for the TBR melody with, well, TBR melody at the end,
적에게
right?
치명성을 입혔군요.
They just say, it's like, oh, listen to
관리자님은
it,
당신이
describe it,
생각하는
then say,
대단한 능력을
you know, finish it
가지고
off with
있는
TBR melody가.
저는 언제나
It's such a break, it's such an earworm.
좀더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든요.
That's just good voice acting though.
예술적이네요.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔
They just start slamming out people?
하겠지만
Nah, it's alright.
이
We're
전투가
not that
성공적으로
broke yet.
끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠. 그려는데
Wait, I'm daft. This is mirror dungeon. This is a dungeon, so Altus is not coming back through. I'm an idiot. Should I just restart it? There's no button. We'll live. We'll live. Yeah, too much mirror dungeons with the tangled threads. It's too good. I just did like an MDE with just Ryoshi. It's MDE 60, yeah. It's too easy. She's truly something else. I mean, what's it called? I've heard people talk about her as like, oh yeah, she sounds like a like a fan OC Aleph ID. It's quite amusing to hear that.
감상은 어떤가요?
관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면
So yeah, this is a shop at the end,
반드시
which there
찾을 수
isn't.
있겠지.
Altus is not coming back,
세상에
huh?
모든 것이 담긴
Oops.
단 하나의 책을.
We were slowly looking around the streets of Escorp. A youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a second, walked up to us and asked for help. Oh, whoops. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the raw examination, akin to a public employment policy in Escorp, and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colours himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip and were to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he exited the exam grounds, no one's there to escort him. Confused by unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. He's asking if we could help him with the directions. What should we do? Let's lie. Sinclair opened their mouth to begin, stopped, and then turned around to where Bamboo had to give an egg to. I'm not so well versed in the geography of this area. Perhaps Mentor would know better. Blast. Damn it! The story! The story! No! Assist defense. The ally gets 2 damage. Okay. This is something that only really works with. Gain 2 haste for next turn, and identity speed is faster than the enemies deal 3% damage for every speed difference. Same as a high shoot kind of thing. This would be good for a high shoot team, huh? I guess it's the point. Oops! Well, that's okay, she's up type 3, but still. Delicious food, bro, for my Roshi, bro.
시작.
I forgot. Too much mirror dungeons. Too much luxcavation.
도시에선 저런 형태로
Go!
사람을 하나.
Random bullshit. Go!
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 천대를
Let's use the Limbus company experience.
쉽게
Win rate, go! P and enter.
의도는
Look at that, look, I even used P this time
이걸로
around.
공평해졌네.
어디까지 각오했을지.
엘리트 오페레이터 아마미노 오자마이데스.
Thanks, Samia.
좋아요. 지령에게
개체에게 일격을
불확실한
가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며
Oops.
축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠. 되겠냐고요. 낫도 밤같이 숨이 타도록 배우네. 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을
신체파의
가지고
예술을 보여줄
제가 늘
시간이란다.
말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 생각합니다. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든요. 왜냐하면
이
예술
상처를 기억할지.
敵は風を追っています
그려낸데
It's okay, it's all just food for Yoshi is what I would say, but actually that's bad, isn't it, huh?
낮도 밤같이 숨이 타도록 배우네. 훌륭한
Oh no,
지하철과를
she's
지금
maintained it.
효율적인 결과를 위해서
I can see that she has one nurse father kill, so it does keep. So it is okay for me to just slime out people.
진심까지 담길 필요는 없습니다.
It looks like they fixed it. Well, that's nice. Thank you, Big KJH.
이게 심장이.
Especially after the problems that I had with what's it called?
좋을 대로 해. 양반이
With
땅을
RR6.
공포를 겪고
I
있는 어차피 내가
oh,
아니라
looks like my
너희들은 이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단
I
하나의
catch a glimpse of
책에.
a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Ha! Bamboo hit Hachi Kim that's outside, but before he even exhales, who goes there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? Okay, let's claim we're the prison guards. At least put a little effort into your lies, huh? Clearly, pretending to be prison guards the way we are was a lie too easily disproven. We took to our heels as the woman, red with anger, came after us with her sword unsheathed. Nothing happened. Shite.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
No, it can't be. My life is... The experiences, the memories I recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had you peek into our memories when I distorted, did ya? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude... Devil-may-care? were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be... indeed... the Right State Councillor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected. Thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gate and made his way to the front yard. Watch out, Aingdu. Take a tall step over or you might trip. Get a ladder next time, huh? Ah! There were bodies sprayed around the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I found faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled I could hardly tell which parts belonged to who. Is this not normal for Dante? Does Dante not do times 10 excavations? Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councillors? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. I love Dante's noises. Ah, dear. They had but a moment to glimpse it. I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats. These corpses. Or were wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why is bamboo-hatted Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the Right State's councillor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in the tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in Escort, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the Left State Councillor, with the Chief State Councillor's blessing, sought to wield his private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they are prohibited in our homeland. So kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appeared to all be working on for the same side, is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. What assassins' hair had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I thought this no different, though, with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises, not realizing that I just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard with teeming with assassins, I could recall it odd thinking just how many of them they had sent. Though the Left State Councillor's power had grown to loom over the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of the triumvirate councillors of the royal court would have been. Foolish! I can't. I have failed you, Councillor. There were simply too many of them, as they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the Councillor, or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the Councillor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them reach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, am a poor excuse for a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the Left State Councillor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, Councillor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror into the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle the blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal, and see that the favour is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the Councillor at last close his eyes in the grave. What's what I had thought? What? Greetings, honoured bodyguard of the Right Councillor. I see you have been hard at work. Accursed parasite! I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gal you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honourable Right State Councillor who toils day and night in service of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left state councillor. Get out of my way! I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Although to live by the sword is uncouth as you, the cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers! Arrest that mad butcher! Huh? Well, what? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Councillor arrived at the Right Royal Court. This audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the Royal Court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered Left State Councillor, who has long been in disagreement with the Right State Councillor on matters of the state, found his offence so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day written on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy is struck. All those lives set to protect the noble councillor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honourable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court? Thus we are forced to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel! I saw your men make their way into the council's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The councillor? Might you be looking for the Right State Councillor here, alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the Left Councillor's service? He sent so many of his men to his death just to lure me into a trap. Why? Now don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Ungum. But you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, so with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be! For what it's worth, young man, I'm sorry. I've come to really realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it is those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect our revered Right State Councillor. A thousand curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Councillor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with S-Corp's labourers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Councillor's sworn guard, Kin Lib. Heed us, O villain! And hold bail! And let the aura bombs take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You were once considered a candidate for the honour of Ongyeom. And with that brand of a nobi sapping your strength, even your mastery of the blade will only grow dull. Are you to be my executioner, Gyeon-yu? If I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that's what you're asking. Oh, I hadn't. Nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The councillor has abandoned me. There's no path forward. South Pyoi's agro-industries is more corrupt than I thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points across the board, and find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing? As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they could cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. It'll report that even if you were to flee, you'll be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honourable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. There are both debts to be repaid. Gyeong-yu. Come with me. There's no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win here as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have an iron advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, chase doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter his den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in a tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go, and build your strength beyond the walls of Escort. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it on me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with Escort. You know how I am. Just go with the flow. Yes, do as you will. Go with the flow. Be wherever you want to be. But I'm just hoping the currents of the river will someday take you back to Escort. That is all. Though I'd left their rigged game, my records afterwards weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on the board were always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Guillaume Europe had let me go, I thought I'd escaped the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like wildfire, and those in the entire of the Blade lineage one by one leaped over the wall and approached us, like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from reviewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after... Yeah. Kim believed that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Whew. Interesting. I love the headless man. I am a bit of a... I do have a bit of taste for gore. I find it... Okay, no, I'm just a ring maestro, okay? I'm just a ring maestro, right? Oh right, of course this is an abnormality battle.
도시에서는 누구도 자유롭지 못해. 저 손님이라고 예외는 아니겠지.
Who's the next target? Oh, is that? Okay, fair enough then.
완전히 떠올랐어.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다. 낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿도록 배운해. 매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네요. 그렇게만 해.
보호도 가져가면 미래를 과거와 같이
개체에게 일격을 가하는 데
This is win
성공했습니다.
rateable, right? Well,
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
지향합니다.
That also works, I guess, huh? Thanks,
이번에도
Angie.
잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Really gotta work out what is causing that problem. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. Okay, we got some guards. We saw a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you have seen the wretch. The Tunicans began walking up to civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. Are they hiding him for some reason? Soon, the Tunicans, having made their way through the crowd, approached us as well. What should we do? What's the difference here? As the Tunicans begin to surround the haystack, the man who has been hiding in there suddenly burst out and bolted away in the opposite direction. That's him! Something about the way the civilians were glaring at us made it clear that he didn't like us. Yeah, I should have expected that. What was I doing? I didn't realize like slowly turn that way meant as in just turn him in. I mean, I kind of suspected it, but I thought it was just like I thought I was joking.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
Well, who cares when you have fluid sack, I guess. I wonder if fluid sack gives what's it called, SP to the assist units.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지 숨이 닿도록 배우네.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
Hey, didn't say TBR melody.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
감상은 어떤가요?
Dominates my ass, huh?
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다. 소리와 호흡을 멈추고
エリートオペレーターの身の腕前です。調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
재밌겠는데? 이 순간이 다 되어내리라. 원망도 못하지.
그게 힘이겠네요.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
Good work.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
Again.
이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간
I wonder if
반드시
it's
찾을
because
수
it's like
있겠지.
my capture card's overheating.
세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
It really is a curious predicament. So this is the final one. Are you ready? Alright.
당장 집행해주지.
Get ready for reading time. Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Oh, my hand hesitates with no room left to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemptions harrow the mind indeed. Now all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. One enemy combatant. Enemy combatant! Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know that this place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Gyeong-yeop there. Gyeong-yeop was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of S-Corp, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grown uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies ahead of you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Gyeong-yeop appear as that monster does? Mentor. No. Gyeong-yeop wasn't like that. Gyeong-yeop. I still believe that Sal PPO Agro Industries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corrupted, and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current S-Corp. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the current take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to, S-Corp. Whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way S-Corp is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because somebody has to stay behind and try to bring change from within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in the rivers of yours will float you back up to knock on the gates of S-Corp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path! And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I am Gyeong-yeop, second ordinate of the South PPO Agro Industries, official of the sword and military commissioner of the royal court, shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate.
직원들이 긍정적인
Reading
생각을
time.
모일게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이
Same.
기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
What? Oh, when this unit. I was gonna say with every unit. Bless me, I tried to play the middle or something. Okay, so it means you can't just snowball them like last time. Oh, hold on. Some of the text has changed. The Kree circles of South P and Pure each remade the standard Dujiong Brigandine of S-Corp into forms suited to their own doctrines. The olden tales say that Sal has ever been the first to spearhead a slaughter, eager to cleave the enemy's flesh before any other. The P harvests the blood that spills forth from each open flesh wound and turns it into endurance on the battlefield. The Pure takes the close of a slaughter. They part one joint from another, bringing the enemy to their knees. Then a blade through the neck bone finishes the collective act of killing. Oh, I see, I meant to keep it in the middle. The sword of the homeland passed down in the Sal court is not, at its heart, an art of killing. To cut and cut again until blood runs dry and the bone is laid bare. That is the essence of this art that strips the opponent's flesh into ribbons. That is the sword of the homeland practiced by Sal. On Clash Win games... Yep. This flesh I claim. You're my flesh. I claim flesh. You're this flesh to claim this flesh. Right. Oh, it's already at 5. That's in the middle. I guess we'll clash into that, but aye. Okay, we'll put that into it. Alright, from here we can clash whatever. Let's try and save some of our skills. $14.21, $11.17. Oh, these yellow ones are stronger. Oh, this one isn't. Oh, that's because it's already being clashed with. Boo? Oh, Bamboo had to kill him. This one, okay. You can do it. Wah! Where is this BS break? And you're already at 45 SP. What is this? Okay, I guess you have to use this skill too. That's fine, I guess. Same with you, but you don't have to. We could heal. It's just not necessary, is it? Go with that. Go with that. Now, ideally, this would be able to do things.
감상은 어떤가요?
Brr. Favorite break.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Oh right, I guess I was talking about how the boss here had a bit of a baby face, right? But I guess that's the point, right? The armor is doing a lot of the work, right? It's like a exoskeleton. That's why it's kind of huge, but it also makes them really powerful too.
초월 지령에게
세피라들도
불확실한 것은
내
없네.
편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 날아버렸거든.
Okay, let's see. Oh, can clash with everything. Well, that's good. I need to make him lose a clash, actually. Well, he lost a clash last time, right? Ishmael lost. That's good. So what, should I put him up because you want to keep her around like 5? No effect. Right, yeah, so 5 stack is the best, huh?
예측할 수 없게.
이 순간이 다 되었느리라.
Why does Bum Kino send me Steam messages, Bray?
거기서 지켜보시죠.
자, 미래를 과거와 같이.
개체가 다소 불리한 조건에 놓여 있어.
Oh no, never mind, it went up to 9!
기회를
Oh dear.
효과적으로 누려보죠.
Big skill incoming. 2. Oh, it's because they're in panic. Never mind. Alright, if you can handle it then go for it, eh? Not good. Well, there's always ego spam for us, right? Right, I haven't threat spun all the egos. Only some of them. No, the clashing ego, eh? Well, you know, I'll go for the heal. Never mind. Oh! Oh no, never mind. Limp. Well, at least that works. That's a bit heinous, isn't it? Even this, huh? Yeah, this is not good. Just suddenly jumped. I don't have anything to clash with it. The trouble is, this one will always roll heads. Oh no, only when this won the clash. And it's a single coin as well. Oh hell. That's no good. Is it dodgeable? Who knows? We're so finished.
감상은 어떤가요?
항상 지켜보고 있었지. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
종원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로 파도 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
Dang!
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Well,
직원 중 하나의 생체 반응이 사라졌습니다. 앞으로 관리자님이
well, with both
곁에
Nurse Father's dead, I guess
사소한
it's
것 중
sliming
하나를
time.
그들 역시 입사했을 때부터 각오하던 일이죠.
Goodbye. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have to do 2 candles. goodbye.
최선을 다했다고 말해주실게.
Nice to see her using also acupuncture.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
전탄 격발.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇겠네.
앞을 밝히지. 후회할 것이 잘 보인다.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐하면 예술은 직원 중 하나의 생체 반응이 사라졌습니다. 앞으로 관리자님이 겪게 될 사소한 것 중 하나에 불과하며 그들 역시 입사했을 때부터 각오하던 일이죠.
Oh, it's gone to 1 now. I wonder if it's better to keep it at 1. I could probably get someone else to crash it for me then. Not this guy, though. Oh, it's going to use my flesh, but it's going to kill everyone because it's going to attack everyone.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
덧없는 삶. 예정된 죽음이라지만 별을
I'm not letting you do that, Rick.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
You're going to attack everyone. My whole squad's going to get wiped out, Rick.
나가봐라!
No, it's fine. Okay, good.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으니 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했어.
Yeah, slimed out all of them now.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
No, that's just that. Oh shit. I know he was trying to do a yield my flesh, bro. I know. It's just I can't have him do that, bro. Because he's gonna slam everyone, bro. You see how much attack weight that had? Alright, we're at 5 again. Alright, sure.
그래, 내가 왔다.
Wow, right back into panic soon. No? Or is that next time?
이 순간이 다 베어내리라. 예측은 불사이군. 그럼 안녕.
Oh shoot, I realised. I'm gonna have to farm this event now, not just in the block gap. I'm down.
처절한 원망.
効果的な攻撃
Gonna
でした。
actually learn how to fight this boss, like properly. Slowly learning, but I fear that even though I've read everything, I'm still just like not getting it.
차라리
Oh my god, I have to part of really having a go at it.
어차네, 새겨주지.
No music because it's a certain.
과정은 엉망이어도 상관없어. 제대로 된 결과를 얻을 수 있다면 난 그걸로 충분해.
해고 가문들은 증폭.
Lucky mate.
이 순간이 다
So next time she's gonna use the big skill again. Wonder what I'll do.
세 번 배웁니다. 과거를 1000번 단조하여 배워내고 미래에서 1000번 거슬렀지. 찰나의 일수 다시 1000번의 끝. 산전다의 생각.
Wait, why is the game suddenly speeding up? What's going on?
과정은 엉망이어도 상관없어.
194 health.
제대로 된 결과를
Let's
얻을 수
dogpile.
있다면 난 그걸로 충분해.
This is how you know I'm a proper strat, bro.
네. 정확하게.
Or is she gonna steal my kill, bro? She stole my kill! Oh my gosh, it's so... What's it called? The capture card is playing up so much there. Yeah. Yeah, we got him, bro. We got him. We got him. She's not as powerful as I recall. Yet way down by the ground. I'm not so far ahead or behind. I don't know, I think he's doing pretty well. Verily, thou appear evenly matched. Yet, he's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. You're my flesh, bro. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? Nah. What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock though, eh? The duel between a mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck, clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close in a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that's what you want, I will grant it. Good. Let's finish this. I'm gonna kill myself. What? Why is he saying things like that? Just as Bamboo had Kim and Im Gyeong ready for a final bout, Engdu leaped in between them. Ah! Engdu! Are you really so ashamed that you'd rather choose death over life, Mentor? Are you so scared to live that you'd rather die? Yes. Yes, I am scared. I'm terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I haven't failed everything and everyone who has the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honors, my fellows. As though my path isn't haunted by ghosts. As though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I ever even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were the blood-red traces everywhere I'd gone. Is it about time that I admitted this game cannot be won? That, Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your art has become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Engdu, I thought you were here to talk me into keeping living, yet your words pained me so. The weakness of yours is this time is that you would cast away your own creed and life. What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. Or does your overbearing guild help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking man when he's down. And I've yet to have enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields itself? A tool wielded by willing hands? Why, Mentor, I know not what kind of shame and responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours, and live on. Live on, so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There's no stone left for my next gambit. There's nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there's some merit to your words, that I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor? That's not what I said. Interesting. Where did you hear that poem? Yes. When inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Engdu and Imgyeop were knocked away from bamboo hat Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Why, distortion? Wait, is he getting ego? Right? The subtle field, you can't just punch it out of them. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forced me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement that you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I've had the opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Ah, be not so vexed this round, as you say. We never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let's play by my rules for tonight's game. Something different this time, innit? It ain't distorting. I think that's an effervescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain, indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my dead, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman in Gyeong-il readjusts her grip upon the sword. Kim turned to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live, and I suppose you'll be okay with that. Of course. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty hat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I don my hat to watch balloons thaw. In mirth, I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, through winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Heed to me, bamboo-hatted one. Speak your name, for I found your outfit dubious of character. I am he who hath mentored the lineage of Blaze to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. To what to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
He did it! My boy! My boy! He did it! The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of Escort slowly lose their grip on this world, and soon reveal the fathoms of the distortion that were hidden beneath it. I see residents of the backstreets in their blissful highs from taking their canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker who's always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion in a nest? A legendary fixer who can make the silicons cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real! It's everything in your lives. All of this. Just an empty means to an end. Just so you can get high on fake purchased experiences nailed into a can? If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all. No. It can't be! My life! Those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're floundering, grasping at illusions. So, let me show you the things I've shot. The memories. The experiences. The reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Masso's face. I reflected upon the events of today, and I could begin to at least guess why that may be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experiences or that guy's photographs, do you, Masso? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them? I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that this distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Masso. Huh? A figure materializes into a human form, swirling out the projector. He must be the distortion's... Eh? And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey! That thing's still alive?! It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be that the distortion power is waning. Hark, accursed one, for these are your crimes. The crimes of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating shunikans of a Salpipio agro-industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Salpipio agro-industries downtrodden was a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though it may be part of a reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accursed is to be sentenced to death by beheading. And before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Wow, his neck is very thin. Can an entity of the Fathom slay one outside it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say, yes. Gyeong Eop is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end, had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the floor, Im Gyeong Eop's shape slowly phases out of reality, and we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No way! Don't tell me that headless corpse is... We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown around pell-mell around the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. Victory! Okay, where did it kind of froze on me like that? Didn't let me press the button. Yup, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking our radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, it kinda sucks. It's not like you guys could help it. Who'd have thought that the distortion would kill its own reflection point? If we knew it in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but well, that's for the LCD and team leaders to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we've managed to eradicate that distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked towards Aang-Du and Kim with a light-hearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad to see you don't seem to have any more reason to though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. Yui! Point is, we did it! We did the thing! It's done! Gosh! I swear, I'm never doing one of these without the team leader again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD junior had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you were expected to. It's the understood, mentor. Would you mind releasing the hems of my sleeve? Would I even give to lie down and pass out right about now? The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Aang-Du's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to their more relaxed selves that I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim though, because that's how it's always been, at least, from what I've seen in any case. Fine, you're released. Yeah, you give me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Saying, dude, I'm afraid that I may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm, huh? With your hand release, allow me to reiterate that. Stop her! My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right into base for you. Allow me. I take care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way. You turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat, I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I've ought to ask thee a clarification if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled M-Corp's, pin frame, the foes have taken photographs of us? And they are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who had violated a taboo, forsooth? As we stood in the park, 'tis no mystery why we had come to blows, yet I find this to be the most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. The only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or person is by photographs. Fine words hold water yet. Most puzzling forsooth! For I recall with clarity that from a certain point, they had become photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh hey, that was like a question for Maso. Given how often I had to rely on the information Maso had provided me in this mission, I think I've got enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seemed to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Maso, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures! You actually remember the exact numbers of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get us a chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Ooh! Who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make a fine model if I do say myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. But why? What's the statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us, louder and louder. What the heck? N-Corp. Dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here, we had to, because of the distortion, see? It is as she says. The skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. In case of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first... Yes. We fully understand the circumstances surrounding your battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you'd be kind to let us speak. Different business? Yeah, they are here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Meso, let's hear the Wait, what? Meso did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Meso, formerly One Who Nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine headquarters. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of Eviction Records, you have also been informed that the remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are of sound mind to recall it in entirety. Confirmed. Very well. Then in keeping with regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop! What the hell's going on? Wait, forget all that! Did you know this would happen, Meso? Meso, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Now why the heck didn't you warn? It was less a question, more of a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to NCORP headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your ass! What the bloody hell you think you... Heathcliff, you are about to antagonize an NCORP... a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justified cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate enemies is strongly discouraged. Yeah? Are you just supposed to twirl off thumbs while you drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the NCORP employees. So where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Maso into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun picked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Maso, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Yeah, Canto 10! Canto 10! Soon! Gosh, it's hard to believe they were on Intervalo too. Alright, let's see the rewards. Cock! Can't get it yet. I'm gonna have to actually farm for this. Oh, hell. Look at that. Use hardly any caffeine at all. Oh yeah, let me do my lunacy refills as well. Oh, wrong thing. Alright, well, how about we end the stream with a final temple. Well, I say a final temple, it's my first temple. Right? Go on, let's infuse all the luck within it. Alright. Okay, that was better. Oh, hello. Announcer!
이건 또 다 뭐냐?
보시다시피 일입니다. 우두께서 그동안 놀고 먹으며 테레비만 보았으니
그러니까 S사 주변 정세를 알아보려 두문불출한 것이라고 분명. 아니다. 그래, 일이나 가르쳐주렴.
일단 바닥 말고 의자에 앉으십시오. 마이크가 안 닿지 않습니까?
You know what? I say it's a job well done. I got the only thing I couldn't get by sharding, so that's a win in my book, right? So hold on. We got I swear we got Aang on her own as one of the rewards for yeah, it's one of the rewards for, was it to claim their bones? Yeah, I didn't get Vigilius. I'm a bum. I didn't manage to log in enough. But that was good fun, eh? Definitely a good story. Interesting to this was all about Maso. Gosh, I am so excited for Canto 10, are you? I am. Get grief. Alright then, well, with no further ado, let's end the stream there. Thank you everyone for watching. I'm hoping from now on that I'll be streaming quite a lot more often. I don't know. See if we can do it every day of the week, honestly. Because why not? It's good fun, eh? I actually had fun. My voice is absolutely hammered though. And I suppose it is 12 at night. But, tomorrow's Friday, so last day of the week for all of you. But,